Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Okay. So, welcome to today's study workspace. And remember that as you are joining us, we have break every 50 minutes on top of the hour. But the first break will be happening today by 11:50. So it's not 10:50 as we are just starting now, and it will last till 4. So if you are joining us, please bring along your priority task and let's deal with that and see how much we can achieve. Um, Oh, yeah. They want to create, they can create, they hurt me. So as you are joining us, I wish you a very successful day today. I wish you a very productive day. And during the break time, make sure that you take your break serious. And if you haven't scheduled your break, try to do that. Because the best time to take a break is when you intentionally take it. You don't want to break that before you take the break. You don't want to get tired first. You need to be on top of your game. So taking short breaks is a must if you want to be on top of your game, unless you are running out of time. And don't do that often because it leads to exhaustion and chronic stress, which is not good for your health and your mental space. So you try as much as possible to take care of yourself. Taking care of yourself is going to help you to stay productive, to stay healthy and stay happy. So through today, remember that during the break time, we'll be giving some memory exercises. We'll be talking about how to improve our memory, how to improve our ability to hold information, how to improve our ability to retain more information and reduce forgetfulness, maybe. And that is going to help us to deepen our thinking and to improve our memory. So during the break time be here is not a difficult exercise. They are very simple. They are things that you can just sit and do, and your memory will improve just by doing that. Is very, very efficient. So you are welcome today, and the first break will be happening 11:50, like I said. So we're going to be resting it from now till 11:50. When it's 11:50, then we discuss about our memories. So if there is any question that you have on how to be productive, how to improve your ability to encode information the right way, to retain information, and to retrieve it faster and efficiently, then you can ask those questions. And if you are struggling with time or struggling with focusing, I think this is the space for you. Or you have a lot to do, you have a lot of work, you have so much rules that you are playing and you are struggling in between tasks. This is this place for you. So you ask questions on how to manage those roles and not be exhausted, how to manage those roles with less stress. That is what we do here. And here we are very productive. And you can see, you will see it if you join us, and you'll see that you do that with less stress. With less stress. So it's important that you reduce your stress level, that you improve your productivity and stay happy. And that is very, very important that you stay happy. And remember that during your break time, don't use it to finish the job that you couldn't finish. Don't use it to help your colleague. That is not the time for it. The break time is for you to recharge. It's time for you to refocus. It's time for you to give your brain the time to process the information that you've been gathering or what you've been working. You might think, okay, now that I'm not working, maybe my brain is not doing anything. No, that is the time your brain is processing the information, taking it from the short-term memory to the long-term memory. So your break is very important. Your rest is very necessary if you must stay productive. That is the advice you have to give to yourself. It takes a wise man to know that break is part of being productive, that rest is part of your work lifestyle. So you need to incorporate it. You need to take it serious. When you take short breaks, you stay on top of your game. You waste less time and you take decision faster. There are so many things that rest is going to do for you, both in your memory and in your health also. That is very important. So schedule your rest. Make sure that you take short breaks. Don't walk 3 hours at a stretch without standing and walking around without standing and looking around. Take your eyes off the screen intermittently. If you're working on the screen, please try and do that, because your sight, if you are a researcher or you are a writer or you are a teacher and you know that your eyes is what you use, like mine, it is a treasure. That is one of the biggest treasures. So protect it, guard that eyes. So how do you do that? When you're working on your screen, try as much as possible to take your eyes off the screen intermittently and look far ahead. If you have your window open, you can look through your window and try to adjust your sight. See how far you can see. That is going to help your sight. It's going to help you keep these eyes healthy for a very long time, and try to take your break serious. That's very, very important. So we are starting now. And when you see me concentrating and working and I'm not speaking, that doesn't mean that I'm not responding to you. No, that is the deep work time. And when it's the break time, I will chat. I will go through the chat and speak to every other person, everyone that spoke to me, everyone that uh, chatted. Then I will reply. So try as much as possible to contribute. Maybe your suggestion might help someone. And if you know students that are struggling with retaining information, or maybe they are struggling with their grades, they have done all they could and it doesn't work, and they want to do it themselves, not by paying other people to do it, please refer them to this space. It might help. Because here I will also be talking about how to study. That is very, very important, especially for lifelong learners like me that doesn't want to stop learning and we want to stay sharp. So join us as we do that discussion. It will be very helpful. So I'll be speaking to you again once it's 11:50, and thanks for being there. So it's our break time. It's time for us to stretch. It's time for us to relax. It's time for us to maybe if you have your snacks to have that, or to walk around and remember that your break time is a time for you to relax. It's a time for you to re-energize. Home of Beauty, I don't know if you're still there. Thank you for being there and for the tagging, for the support. Thank you so much. And for every other person that has been there. Yeah, so it's a great time. If we have nothing in the chat, then we will start the memory exercises and talk about our memory to see how we have been. How have you been since yesterday that we left? Did you do any of those exercises? Is there any, should I say, changes or results from those exercises? For me, it helps. It's very relaxing and reassuring that yes, that you're doing well. If you check in on yourself, you check in on your brain, you check in on your memory to see how it is doing. But the result is showing that yes, that though we have a lot to do, that the memory is still functioning well, it's still very good. So I want us to look back to 1 week from now, that's 1 week ago, and then we use it to plan 1 week ahead. That's what we're going to be doing now. So if your life, let's just say how you have lived, you're going around, walking around, speaking, your work life, your social interaction, and even when you sleep and everything that you do, if we should put it on the television and say, okay, let's gather and watch it, how fun do you think that would be? Will it be encouraging? Will you want another person to see it? And if you look at it yourself, is that how you want to live? Is that what you planned for yourself? And someone will say, okay, it's good you work now, later you rest. It's good you work now and save a lot, later you eat well. It's good you do. Who told you that that future is sure? Why don't you take care of the one you've seen? That is what a wise man does. Even though you are planning for tomorrow, you take care of yourself today because you need to be there to enjoy that tomorrow. That should be something that we should consider. So let's look at our memory to see how we are doing. I don't know if you have been doing the memory exercises. Did it help? Are you now holding more information than you used to? Or are you still forgetful? Are you struggling to remember what you did 2 days ago? Are you struggling to remember what you did around this time last week? So if you're struggling or you don't even know, many of us, until you call their attention to it, many don't even know that yes, that they are holding less information, though they have so much information at hand. This generation, we are the most informed, we are the most knowledgeable. Should I call it? No, it's just informed, yeah, because that doesn't translate to being knowledgeable, that doesn't translate to wisdom. If you have so much information that you are not processing, that you are not using, that doesn't really make you wise. What it makes you is that you know where to find information, and maybe you might not be able to implement it. You know a little of everything, and that's just it. And you keep piling up information that you are not processing. So we have so much information at hand. You can actually sit here and get all the information you want. Once you have your internet on, you can connect to the whole world. You can go through every library, especially if you're in school, if you're in a good institution, they subscribe to all those journals, they subscribe to so many libraries. So you can just go through your school library and borrow whichever book you want to read. You don't need to go to the library. You just need to search for it. If you can't find it, you search in other libraries. Once it's available online, they will even tell you that some of them are available on the shelf, which means they are still in hard cover, in harder papers, and not in soft copies. So you go through your school, you make the request, and they are going to send it to you. So that is how easy it is to access information. And some years back, we used to hear that adage that says information is power. Once you have information, you have most of the things that you need to solve the problem. Now we see that yes, I think it's time that we reevaluate that adage to see if it still works, because we have all the information that you need. You can actually access it. Once you are privy to that, you can get it. You want to search this, you'll find it. It's all over the place. But we can see that yes, it's not helping. Many people are still as ignorant, in as much as they have that information, they might not be able to use it. And now we have so much technologies that even help us find it, that even help us show us how to use it. And now what has happened is that our brain, which is the processor, has taken the back seat. Some people, they have already given away their thinking because there is something else thinking for them. So I don't know which category you are in. Are you too busy to even think? Are you too busy to sit down and go through what you have been through the day when you return, or maybe you ask yourself questions. Are you too busy to use your paper and pen to write? Are you too busy to use your paper and pen to calculate the balance of that money, or to reason it out with your brain? Some people are too busy. They don't even give their brain even a minute to consider it. So they will just go to the phone, please, phone Google, spell this, spell that. And the next thing you hear is, oh, calculate this. They'll go straight to their phone, or to calculate, or to do that. No time to struggle, no time to even consider it. And that is making our brains to relax. And once it relaxes, that way start deteriorating. You see yourself being forgetful. You see yourself struggling to remember. You see yourself holding less and less of information. You see yourself. Yeah, one thing that people don't understand is that when you start having weak memories, it doesn't only affect the information that you've already gathered. It is going to affect how fast you learn. It's going to affect your learning in the future. So you will need to strengthen it if you want to still learn. But we only notice that something has gone wrong when we want to remember, okay, somebody told me his name. How did I forget this name? How did I forget this number? How did I forget this house number? That is when they know. And if that starts happening often, you see them struggling. So I think I'm being so forgetful. But one thing that you should be happy about is that the human brain is so powerful. If you return back, if you wake yourself up with time, with training, with all these exercises, is going to come back, and you might even be sharper, because now you know that yes, you need to wake your brain up. So that is the stage that so many people just notice that something is not right. But one thing that they are struggling to should I say hold on, is that some people are struggling to read and understand. They will go through one paragraph over and over, and they'll go through the same discussion. They will come back to you and say, oh, what did you say? What did you say? And it keeps going on and on, because they can always go back to their Google to ask Google, spell synagogue, Google spell synagogue, and next time Google spell synagogue, instead of learning it once. So I want you to do something today. I want you to consciously reduce your dependence on phones. How do you do that? You are not going to stop using phone. I wouldn't say that, never. I'm not telling you to stop using any of these technologies. They are very beautiful tools. You should use them. But one thing I want you to do is to first consult yourself each time you are struggling to remember anything. Don't give up on your brain and start going straight to your diary, to the phone, to check, to ask people, oh, do you know where I can? Give your brain the time to go through that process. Sit down and think about it. Somebody introduced himself or herself during the meeting, and now you are struggling to remember what was said or the name of that person. I want you to sit down and give your brain at least 2 minutes. If you can't remember it, that is perfectly okay. But that is teaching you something that next time you will need to pay attention, because it's lack of attention that leads to that. Then again, what has happened is that you've given your brain the exercise that it needs to wake up. And once your brain knows that you are going to struggle because you are going to be asked to bring it out, next time is going to pay attention. So you need to pay attention. The first thing you need to do is to check your attention. Are you paying attention when people are speaking? Are you paying attention to what you are reading? Some people, they are reading, but their mind is traveling all over the place. I know that was around 20, was it 2019 or 2020? We went for one workshop. They were talking, and there you'll find out that yes, even in that workshop, that things are serious. Some people are checking their notification. Some people are trying to answer this call. So distracted. So distracted. So there is a lot, and we have a lot of things that are dragging our attention during this age. So I want you to be very intentional about protecting yourself, protecting your memory, protecting your attention. In the olden days, why I say olden days is because now the meaning is very obvious. They will say, pay attention, pay attention. I didn't know that attention was such a big currency. So we've paid attention to things that does not matter. And now you see people are struggling to remember things. People are struggling to read and understand. People are struggling to even put a name to a face. And some people, I know that so many people, maybe 10 years back, they will have numbers of their loved ones off by hand. They can just mention it. How many of us can still do that? We all depend on our phone. We all depend on the diary or whatever notes we are using. So I want you to consult yourself today. I want you to be intentional about it. So this is 12 p.m. and we are going back to our deep work time. After the deep work time during the break again, which is 12:50, I'll still be here. So we give exercises on how to improve our memory. So let's focus and see how much we achieve before it's 12:50. So it's our break time. This is 12:50. So it's a time for us to stretch, a time for us to walk around. Yeah, if you're there, you can walk around and stretch. It's a lovely day. Such a good day. So make sure to enjoy your break. I will be pausing for 5 minutes or less. To go get a call. Oh, you are the reason I'm living my life. Want to get a cup of tea. So I'm back. So yeah, remember that we're on a break. You can go on a break. You can also join us for a chat. So here we talk about our productivity, which is very important to us, especially in this era that we have so much distractions, we have so much to do. And though we have a lot of technologies that are meant to help us, but even at that, you see people so stressed, you see people not being that productive as they ought to, though they have every help that you can imagine. You know, most of the help that we have now, most of the gadgets that we are using now, if you were told that they would be here um, 30 years ago, 20 years ago, so many of us will argue it will so it might not be possible, it might be possible, but not that fast. But yeah, it's been that fast. And here they are for our use and we're using them. But what you find out is that we have so much stress, even as we are using them, we have so much to do that we don't even have time for ourselves to do the things that matters to us as humans. And what are those things that matters to us? They're like eating, sleeping, um, going for a walk, doing exercises that can help you grow old in good health. Those things are those things that we can't do anymore. You see, people are struggling even to have time to eat. Some people, I was going somewhere just on Monday, I saw someone eating as she was moving. So you can imagine, those are the things that in the olden days they was, oh, that's a very bad mannered child, you know. But nobody says that anymore because yeah, we are too busy. We are busy. So you see that we are busy, we have everything to help us, but what we ought to do, what we should do has also increased. And that you can see. Let's just give scenarios. You will see that we have washing machine. We no longer need to use our hands to wash. We no longer need to use the broom. We have Hoover. We have the internet, so you can ask questions anywhere and just get answers. But now, what has happened? Even with that, we don't have time to eat. We don't have time to sleep. So many people will be awake for a very long time. They'll be awake even in the midnight. And now we have light that we craved for. You know, many people wanted to have light round the clock. They wanted to be on round the clock, and now we have that light. You can see that what matters in life are those things that we are not able to do freely again, like sleeping. So you will need to be intentional about it. You will need to be intentional about taking care of yourself, sleeping when you ought to sleep, eating the right food, eating when you ought to sleep, and take care of yourself. So you need to have break no matter how busy you are. I know that there are so many things that you have to do. You can do them all, but you need a plan to take care of yourself, and that is the first thing to do, which is your personal care. Taking care of your shower, taking care of your food, taking care of your clothes, taking care of your emotion. Take care of yourself before every other thing, and those things will fall in place. But if you don't take care of yourself, you see yourself struggling. So try as much as possible to rest when you ought to rest, eat when you ought to eat. That's very important. So let's look at one memory exercise that we'll do today. It's very, very important. So I want you to, it's not something that is strange to you, it's something that you should be able to do. And it's something that you think is very easy. So let's just sit down now. I will give one that is short term and one that is long term. So I want you to think through what you did yesterday, just 24 hours ago. Can you say in details what you had for lunch, what you had for breakfast, and who you met? And then let's test. our long-term memory. I don't know which how old you are, but for me, I want you to think if you can remember at least two names from your school. That's your classmates in primary school. Two names. I mean, those that were in the same class with you. I don't know how old you are. Maybe if you're lucky, you are still with some of them, and that is okay. Then, if you're with some of them, then you might not want to increase it. Maybe you are still in secondary school and listening, or you're in college. Okay, you have some of them with you. Then make it up to 10 and see if you remember those that are not close to you. So let's test those memory and see. Give your brain the time to struggle. That is the exercise. That is the main thing. If you're not remembering it, then that should tell you something, and it doesn't spoil anything, it's still good. That will pick yourself up. You are now taking notes. You're taking notes of things happening around you. Your brain will start noticing things that needs keeping. So that is a good thing. Allow your brain to struggle and get it out. So this is 1 p.m. now. So we are returning to our deep work time. The break will also be happening again once it's 1:50. And during that time, I will appreciate anyone that will contribute to the discussion. I appreciate it. I appreciate maybe if whatever you've observed about people's thinking now. So it's our break time once again. So it's time for us to stretch, to rest. If you have joined us, it's time for you to have your break. So if you are resting, I want you to make sure that you are resting. Don't use this time to go and check your phone, to check those things that you couldn't check. You know, some people, they will end up going on a break only for them to keep working, only for them to keep going on and on. So give your brain the time to process information. This is one of the reasons why people are not holding much information in their brain anymore, because there is less time for processing. There is very little time for them to process it, to move it from the short-term memory to the long-term memory. You know, when we talk about these memories, people are thinking, what does this really mean? Short-term memory, long-term memory. Yeah. If you want to keep things for a very long time, you need to take it to the long-term memory. If it is only in your short-term memory, losing it is quite easy. You see yourself just losing it because it's just like a notebook. It's just like you're holding it there. If you don't use it, it's a working memory, you will lose it. So whatever you've heard, you've studied, you've done, and you did not revisit it after 24 hours, you might lose up to 70% of it. That is how it works. So I want you to pay attention to things that matters to you and revisit it once again. Try as much as possible to revisit the things that you think they are good after each day. And maybe you went for a meeting. After that meeting, to improve your memory, I want you to sit down and go through it once again, and through your mind try to highlight the discussions, the things that matters, those things that were discussed. Try to remember the names of the people that you met in that meeting or wherever you have been. So it's very important. You know, when I was young, I was admiring one of our ministers when she was doing a presentation of finance. I was, this woman's brain is working. It's not the era of this jets technology. You will know that yes, she knows what she's doing. And if you meet some of those old professors, you understand this. And how did they do it? Is because they pay attention to things and they will have to revisit it. So if you're struggling as a student, so if you're a student, I want you to listen very carefully. If you are struggling to improve your paper, to improve your grade, to improve the outcome of your suffering, you know, so many people, they put so much time in order to achieve what they want. They want to have an A, they want to have an A plus. Those things are quite easy if you know how to go about it. But if you don't know how to go about it, you struggle. Person, unless you have a serious problem with your brain. If you don't have, those are the things that you can train your brain to do. So there are ways of studying which you can put in, and that can also help those that are not students. If your aim is to improve your ability to hold information, to remember information for a longer time, so this is the space for you. It's very important, and that is going to reduce how much time you put in studying, how much time you put struggling to remember those things. You know, for us when we are growing, we are taught to memorize, and all those things, they were helpful, but it's very good that you know the strategy to study. Studying is a different level. In study, you want to know the meaning. You want to be able to apply it. You want to remember it. So for you to do that, I want you to pay attention first. Your attention is what matters. When you are reading, reduce every distraction. Those things that will take your mind off it, maybe as you are reading, the notification is popping up, or maybe there's something that is calling your attention. You go from one end to the other. You need to reduce those distractions. They are very, very not comfortable when it comes to memorizing or maybe having things in your memory, because once that thought process is cut off, it will be hard. So for you to strengthen your memory pathways, you will need to learn to focus. You need to learn to pay attention. So after listening to that lecture, after reading, after seeing whatever you have gone to see and you want to remember it, what you do is when you go back or when you leave it, I want you to revisit it. Maybe you do that 1 hour, 2 hours after you left to know, okay, these are the things that I took home, those are the things that are the highlights. So after you have done that, I want you to give it space. Don't go on and on. You know, some people, they think going on and on to study. After reading, they will reread it again, they will reread it. That is what the mistake many students make. Don't keep on going. When you keep on going, what you will do, what you will achieve is recognizing it. When you recognize it without understanding it, you are bound to lose it. After some time, it's going to go, because your brain did not create any pathway for it. You just recognize it by looking at it. And you'll see yourself after 2 days, 3 days, or maybe 1 week, and there is exam or question around it, you see yourself struggling. So give it time. After the first day, give it 2 more days. That's the third day. You go revisit it again, try to read, try to see if you remember the things in it. And if you think, okay, I've studied it, I know it, the next thing to do is to close that book, or maybe take your eyes and your mind off wherever you have where you took the information from. I want you to try to bring it out, try to see if you can replicate the idea of what you read. You can say it to yourself, you can just do it in your mind, you will then write it down. Try as much as possible. If you're a student, get paper and pen. Those things, like if you see so many of the things I used during my undergraduate days, even during my the both masters and all those, you will see sometimes they don't make sense, but writing it down, trying to write down what you're thinking, makes it to stick to your brain. You wouldn't know till you start. So after you think, okay, I know it already, what you do next is to take your pen and paper, start writing down the idea. Try to see if you can replicate the idea that was in that book that you read or in the course that you listened to. So write it down. After writing it down, it has improved. Then you know what you did not understand when you write it down. Then if you can write it, if you can replicate it, I want you to say it loud. You need to say it loud. So you're involving so many other sensories. So say it loud to yourself. If you have somebody that you can teach it to, then teach it. If you can teach it easily, you have understood it deeply. That is just how it goes. If you can ever teach whatever you've studied to another student or to yourself, you can look yourself in the mirror and start teaching yourself. Sometimes, some people think people are mad and they are teaching themselves. Yeah, do it. When you say it out loud, you see the gap between what you think you know and what you actually know. It will be very obvious. And if you teach it, if you're able to teach it, then you don't need to study it again. You see yourself exactly remembering it. Even after 2 weeks, you still remember it. But when you are teaching, the other people might not know that you don't understand all of them, but you that went through it will know that yes, you are missing some links. That is what teaching will do for you. So you go back and fill it in. When you fill it in, try to teach it to yourself again, try to replicate the idea. You will see that you cut short the time you would have spent studying by more than half. That is how it goes. And it will be hard for you to forget it if you can teach it. Then if you have done that, you've done the teaching, you've remembered it, try to revisit. Maybe before the time you go into the exam hall, you try to revisit. But again, very important is your rest. Make sure that you rest. Because if you don't rest, you will think, okay, I've learned this, only for you to start doubting yourself when you want to write it down. You see your brain jumbling. Okay, did I read this in 101 or 203? You start mixing things up because your brain did not successfully take it from the short-term memory to the long-term memory. You need to rest, you need to sleep, so your brain can process this information and take it to the right place and strengthen the nerves. And when you rest, you gain the clarity that you need. When you rest, your brain is going to calm down, is going to process the information. And another thing you shouldn't play with, no matter how busy you are as a student, don't play with your food. Eat well, eat very well, sleep very well, then study. There is no way. And when I mean study, is studying. I didn't say just read. Study like I've told you to study. You need to eat. You need to rest. Make sure that you don't play with your rest time. When it is time to sleep, sleep. That sleep time is the time your brain is using to process the information. So you cannot you cannot play with it. So sleep when you ought to sleep. Leave all those things that they are telling you. You need to read through the night, read through the morning. The more you do that, the more confused you get. When your brain is tired, it will start losing more information than you are gaining. So it's not efficient. For us in economics, we understand that it's not efficient. You might think, okay, I'm still moving forward, but at what rate are you moving forward? So try as much as possible to sleep. When you sleep, you eat well, then study. Use the right technique to study. There is no way you will not move forward in your grade. That's the difference between an A student and a B student. It's not because of all those things that they tell you, oh, this one is born brilliant. Yeah, there are people blessed that way, but if you use the right strategy, you still arrive there. So let's go back to our deep work time to see how much you achieved before. It's 2:50 p.m. Yeah. So it's our break time once again, and yeah, we are going. It's okay. This is the second to the last break. That's the penultimate break time. So it's time for you to relax, to stretch, and maybe walk around if you want to. So it's been a lovely time. If you haven't walked around, so you need to stand, stretch. That improves your circulation, and you need that. You need to take your eyes off the screen to look further ahead to adjust your sight. That is very important. And for those that have questions on how to study, if that is your question, then you can just put it in the chat. And like I said, I asked earlier, if you're watching, it would be good that you encourage us by just dropping your question, or maybe ask around, or maybe make suggestions on how to study, how to improve our memory, how to improve our productivity. That is very important to us as researchers and as students. For me, I'm a lifelong learner. I haven't stopped learning. I still learn, and I don't think I will stop learning. So it's something that I enjoy doing. So if you have been struggling to improve your grade, you've been struggling to retain more information, or you've seen yourself, you are very forgetful now, and you study, but with time you just forget it and you're struggling to remember, then maybe we discuss about it. Or you see yourself walking into a room very often and you're asking, why am I here? Or you have gone to the shop to buy things and you forget easily. So if that is you now, I know that happens, but rarely. If it is very often, which is normal now with people, once they leave their phone, they'll forget most things. They will need to check through their phones to know, okay, their appointments, they will need to know the number they need to call. So that's dependence on external technology, and that is quite, should I say, is very often now. It's very common with people. So you're not alone if you're struggling. It's not something to be ashamed of. It's because we are too busy and we have little rest time. It's ironic, isn't it? Because we have all these technologies to give us more time. Is there to make things easier, is there to make things faster, so we have more time to ourselves. But what is the outcome? We haven't seen that much time uh, allotted to ourselves, but rather we go on and on. We are not now even finding it difficult to sleep, to take care of ourselves. Some are even struggling to have time to eat. So there are so many of such things happening. So you see people struggling with their memory, remembering things are now very difficult. They need to rely on external help to remember the appointments, to remember people's name, and to remember so many things, and they keep going on and on without any break. So you will need to learn how to give your brain a break. So sometimes you take a screen break, sometimes you will need to just switch off and just unplug and stay. You need to meditate, you need to observe that quiet time, you will need to sleep, you will need to eat well. So those are very important if you want to really improve your memory. Those are the should I say, is fundamental. They are very basic. Without those things, no matter what you do, if you're not eating well, you're not sleeping and resting, no matter the techniques you use, you're still going to get confused. That's the missing link that many memory teachers, they will teach you how to be productive, how to improve your memory, but these basic things are the things that are still missing. I don't think anybody knows that, yeah, you become what you eat. So you need to eat very well. You need to eat very well. So as a student, or you have a student in your home or somebody that you are sponsoring in school, please make sure that that person is eating well. Anytime you ask or you call, please ask the person if you are eating well. Make sure that you eat very well, because your body, your brain needs that energy. It needs that sugar, it needs that energy to really process information, to be healthy. So you need to eat very well. You see, some students have been in a class where somebody fainted because the person did not eat. Yeah, I've been in that class. That somebody, because she was too busy, she was rushing to come to class, and then all we saw is that somebody dropped. All you have to do is to, with time, when they fed her and everything, you see that she woke up, she fainted because she was hungry. There is no way a tired brain is going to be efficient. No. So you will need to eat very well. You will need to sleep. You will need to sleep. I can't say that enough. As a student, you will need to sleep. As a lifelong learner, you will need to sleep. As somebody that wants to keep your memory sharp and alert, you will need to sleep. Because when you are tired, the ability to make decisions will slow down. Your ability to read and comprehend will slow down. And sometimes you see yourself even losing more than you are gaining when it comes to acquiring knowledge or maybe reading and understanding. So you will need to sleep, you will need to rest. When you rest, you see your memory improve. That is because now your brain has time to take it from the short-term memory to the long-term memory. So you will need to relax. That's very, very important. Then for the studying, for those that are struggling with their grades, the first thing you need to do is to determine within yourself that, yes, you can do it. Those that are doing it, they are humans. And again, that thinking that, oh, because I'm not blessed biologically, I didn't inherit a good brain. Yeah, I know that heredity also plays a good role in it, but that sets the, should I say, the basis. But where each and every one of them will get to is dependent on the environment. So you need to create the environment. You will need to. And once you create the right environment, you read and study the right way, you have the right environment, eating, sleeping well, and having the right tools, there is no way you'll be limited by that. So try as much as possible to learn how to study. You will need to learn how to study. You will need to learn how to rest your brain, learn the techniques to study, and you see yourself excelling. So for this second, yeah, is that, yeah, that should be the second exercise. I want us to create that weird story. It's an old way of improving your memory. It's an old way of waking up your memory. If your memory is already, should I say, is too relaxed, and now depending on it to just point you, please, can you ask Google? And you straight ask Google, Google, what is the answer to this? Google, what is the spelling of this? That's okay. But it's time that you wake your brain up, because there is no helping a weak brain, no matter how good the tools are. You will need a brain, good one, a good memory to sieve whatever those things are bringing out to you. And I know that many of us, if you are thinking and if you're questioning, you'll find out that many of these AI, they are still improving, and sometimes they will give you things that are not real. They call it hallucination. It happens. And especially if you're a researcher and you want to try those things, you will see that it hallucinates a lot. So you will need a good memory. You will need a good brain to judge which is right. You will need a good memory and a good brain to sieve the answers for yourself. So, like I told my students, I'm not the type that will say, oh, don't go to that. Yes, I know that so many people, they fought it, they are still fighting it. And some fought the computer when it came, and they were all depending on their typewriter and their typist. But it has come to stay, so there is no avoiding it. But you will need to be smarter. That's just what it is. And what it means is that you need to learn how to think deeply. So I'm not afraid of anybody going to that AI or whatever you call it. Bring it out. Let's dig it and see. Let's divide the truth in it. Then we find out. Then you will see whether you are able to compete with those things. And if you're able to compete with those things, then you are really wise. So It's okay, but you need a good brain. You will need a good memory. That is very, very important. So learn to think, learn to wake up your brain, learn to consult yourself first each time. So for that weird story that I want us to practice with, that is the exercise for this evening, the last exercise actually, because the next one is just for us to wrap up. So I want you to choose. Just look around you, maybe even in your mind, just pick 5 objects. It can be anything from cat to sand to heaven to earth to anything to whatever it is. Just 5 items randomly. You can write it down. Then I want you to use it to create a story, no matter how weird it is. In fact, the weirder, the better. So make it very weird. And when that happens, you see your brain struggling to make sense of it. And that is what your brain needs, the exercise, the struggle to pull things out, the struggle to get it logical, the struggle to remember it. Then you see that your brain will wake up and start working with you. It's very, very important. So if you've picked 5 objects, just link them. It can be that the cat uh, was cooking the fridge. It doesn't matter, no matter how it sounds. In fact, it's better, it's very weird. So you make it that way. And when it's weird, you see that you might not forget it in weeks. You don't need to revisit it. So use that to wake your brain up. I want you to do that. So we are at the end of the break time, and it's time for us to return to our deep work time, the focus time, the sprint time. So let's sprint on and see how much we achieve. And this last time, we are going to stay till 4. Once it's 4, we are wrapping up, and that is it for this week. Remember that you're always here every week, Wednesday and Thursday. So I wish you a successful 1 hour. So let's focus and see how much we achieve before it's 4 p.m. So yeah, so we've come to the end of today's study workspace. It has been a very time well spent. To everyone that has been there, I think we deserve the celebration. I don't know. Let me check on those that they used to use and see if I know. Yeah, so I don't know if you have any question, but please remember next week to join us in this same space, and we'll be making it happen. And by God's grace, I should be here next week, and also that's Wednesday and Thursday, so we'll be able to go through that and get the job done to get the task completed. If you have any such things that you want to achieve, it would be a great thing that, yes, join us to give structure to your life and to reduce stress. That is very important. And remember to do your memory exercises, they are very important. And remember to eat well and sleep well. and improve your memory. That is what productivity is all about. You need to be healthy, you need to take care of yourself, you need to understand that rest is part of you being productive. That is not a waste of time, it's not a luxury, it's not something you do because you finished everything. You do it because you need to do more, you need to achieve more. If you need to achieve more, then you will need to rest. So if you have that logic that way, it will be easier for you to understand. It will be easier for you to achieve what you want to achieve. So remember that and bear that in mind. Rest is something that you will need because you have a lot to achieve, not because you finished everything. So remember that and bear it in mind during this weekend. Take care of yourself, take care of your brain, take care of your rest, take care of your stress level. Don't stress too much. That is not helpful. It's not helpful to your health, it's not helpful to your mind. So for your mind to grow, you will need rest. For your mind to improve, you will need gentle exercises. Those are very important. So make sure that you take it serious. Keep appointment with your rest, keep appointment with your clarity of mind. So we are ending it here today, and thanks to everyone that has been here. Remember to join us Wednesday next week again and Thursday. So bye for now, and remember to do those memory exercises.